uključen? Dobar dan, poštovanje, drage kolegice, drage kolege, predstavnici medija, dragi naši partneri sa audiovizualnim showmaster ekspertizom koji će nas pratiti sve ove dane. Lijepo vas pozdravljam, ja sam Neda Lušić, bit ću vaša podrška tijekom današnje radionice i tijekom sutrašnje radionice i neću vam previše kratiti vremena. Lijepo molim da nam se kratko obrati gospodin Jurica Glavina, član upravnog odbora UHPE, koja u ovom projektu surađuje sa turističkom zajednicom Splitsko-dalmatinske županije. Jurica, izvoli.
Hvala Nedo, drage kolegice i kolege, predstavnici medija, kolege iz sustava turističkih zajednica i svi ostali, lijepo vas pozdravljam u ime Udruge Hrvatskih putničkih agencija. Evo, kako ste čuli u ovom uvodnom dijelu, želim vam toplu dobrodošlicu na prvu od 4 nizu radionice koje ponovo radimo sa našim dugogodišnjim partnerima, a to je gospodin Joško Stela, odnosno Turistička zajednica Splitsko-dalmatinske županije. Primijetit ćete da smo danas u nešto malo raskošnijem ili recimo to tako malo vizualno atraktivnijem izdanju nego inače. Naime, radionica će se streamati ova i sve naredne, a ono što je posebno važno, počevši od današnjeg dana kao i za sve ostale, su naši predavači. Dakle, imamo gospodina Holmesa iz USA koji je stručnjak za storytelling, odnosno content marketing. Vjerujem i siguran sam da ćete uživati tijekom današnjeg dana, a i u svemu ovom što slijedi u narednih tjedan dana. Da ne oduzimam previše vremena, još vam se jednom svima zahvaljujem i želim vam ugodan i kvalitetan rad, a paralelno s time zamolio bih gospodina Stelu da nam se obrati sa par kratkih riječi i evo zahvala za još vaš dolazak, odnosno dugogodišnju suradnju do sada. Hvala.
Hvala Jurica. Kao što Jurica rekao, dakle dugogodišnja suradnja sa UHPom, ali prije svega sve vas pozdravljam, zahvaljujem što ste došli. Dakle, svake godine sa UHPom Turistička zajednica Splitsko-dalmatinske županije surađuje i pita koje edukacije da napravimo, kako da pomognemo sektoru. I onda je prijedlog bio, imamo nekoliko stranih predavača, dali su mi prijedloge, rekli su to ćemo napraviti online. Ja sam odmah rekao ne, apsolutno ne, dosta je covida, završili smo s covidom, moramo dovesti ljude. Na to su oni rekli to će nas koštati, ja sam rekao neće nas koštati ni kune, to je ulaganje koje smo dužni našim članovima i našoj turističkoj industriji i našim subjektima. I tako ćemo uvijek nastupati jer vi to zaslužujete i moramo biti najbolja županija u turizmu, a ako ćemo biti najbolja moramo imati najkvalitetnije predavače i moramo sve staviti na stream, zato sam rekao Jurici idemo staviti na stream da onaj ko ne može doći uživo da prati na streamu, a isto tako kao što vidite uredili smo dvoranu da to bude maksimalno, da bude maksimalni dojam, kad imamo maksimalno dobrog predavača, da bude sve ostalo na visini i zato svi koji ste došli, molim vas, iskoristite priliku, pitajte sve što vas zanima, ovo vam je jedinstvena prilika. Još jednom hvala Jurici i hvala vama što ste došli. A da ne kažem, gospodin Rob Holmes, veliko hvala njemu što nas je počastio svojim prisustvom. Dakle, nekoliko nagrada je dobio za storytelling i content marketing, istaknuo se filmićima koje je radio za vrijeme korone, dakle čovjek koji zna znanje i iskoristite ga. Hvala svima.
Hvala Joško, hvala Jurice. Evo ja ću sad samo još nekoliko tehničkih stvari čisto da ste sa tim upoznati, premda smo to najavili putem poziva i nakon potvrde o sudjelovanju. Dakle, današnji naziv radionice je Content Marketing, ključne strategije za putovanja nakon COVID-a. O gospodinu Robu Holmesu smo poslali njegov kratki životopis, a naravno imate priliku, kao što je rekao Joško Stela, da se s njim zbližite tokom današnjeg i sutrašnjeg dana, da iskoristite zaista sve ono što vam je baš zahvaljujući turističkoj zajednici Splitsko-dalmatinske županije došlo u Hrvatsku. On je prvi put u Hrvatskoj, dojmovi su već na prvu jako krasni, tako da nas zaista veseli da nas je posjetio. 1. Samo kratko podsjećanje na raspored, znači prvi dio radionice trajaće 90 minuta, naravno uvijek imamo neke diskrepancije u minutaži, pitanja i sve. Radionica je interaktivna, predviđena je znači komunikacija između vas i predavača, tako da tu uvijek mogu biti minutaže. Nakon toga ćemo imati jednu malo dužu pauzu za refreshment, druženje i onda u drugom bloku znači startamo negdje oko 12:30 i završavamo negdje oko 2:30. Ono što je jako bitno, znači, kao što je i Joško rekao, ona je tu, ali mi se ne damo, mi smo uživo, veseli me da sam evo nakon 2 godine opet među svojima u Splitu i ipak moramo poštivati one minimalne epidemiološke mjere, znači nošenje maske u prostoru, držanje distance. Hotelski menadžment nam je zaista izašao maksimalno u susret i molim vas da se onda toga i držimo. Ne bih htjela da i mi i Joškov tim imamo nekakve packe vezano za tu stvar. Tako da lijepo vas molim za suradnju u tom pogledu. Isto tako vas obavještavam, kao što znate, mi uvijek popratimo naše projekte fotografijama, filmićima, izvještajima, reportažama, člancima, tako da i po zakonu vas moramo obavijestiti da ste fotografirani, snimani i da ćemo to s vama podijeliti putem naših platformi, naših kanala distribucije, a jednako tako i kanala turističke zajednice Splitsko-dalmatinske županije i inih naših partnera. Evo, zahvaljujem vam se još jednom, tu sam za vas, sve što vam zatreba, obratite mi se, vama sam na raspolaganju i sad prepuštam riječ našem Robu Holmesu. Rob, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Boy, all this attention, all these lights. Well, I will say, now wait, should I speak in both? Should I do, just headset? So here, why don't I would say overall, if some people could come up just a little closer, you know, we've got these tables up front, if that's possible, if people don't mind. One of the ideas with this workshop is to make it collaborative. So as much as people can get together, if you're on a table of just 2 people, possibly join another table of 2 people. Yeah, if that's possible. It just to make it a little more, we have an opportunity with a smaller group, so just to make it a little more personable, if that's possible. Get to know the people around you. Thank you, and just come together. So I was going to say I had this slide up here just if you wanted to change things up and get into a group of different people, if you want to be with your colleagues, or if you want to just break up just to learn new things and connect with different people in the industry here in Split. So again, feel free to organize how you want, but it's always, in my opinion, get to know new people to break up and to change things. But I'll leave it up to you guys. So I'll just give you a little information on my background, just put up these points here. I'm from the United States, as you know now. I'm from Maine, which is about 6 hours north of New York City. So most people know where New York City is. Just about an hour and a half north of the city of Boston, which is my hometown, and my folks are still down there. I've got 3 kids and have a pretty different background. Studied in the university in wildlife management, so I have a very strong science background, and then got an MBA in international business and sustainability, if you want to call it, but back then it was known more as conservation, environmental management. So I got into media, film, content a very different way. but more through the business side. I started actually, you'll see a lot of our work today in video, but I started as a photographer. So I really just appreciate the simple moment, composition, framework as a photographer, and have done a lot of it, and now more directing and producing, but I'm once a photographer, always a photographer. So I like to call that out. And I'm involved in a number of different organizations globally, and again, really looking at sustainability, looking at the industry of tourism, and so that gives you a good sense of my background. I thought for those interested, I'd give you a sense of who GLP is. You know, what's this company that's coming here to split, and what's our role in the industry? Well, we're a full-service agency, actually, and we've been around 14 years, and I think here just this statement, you know, our number one goal is to really help the industry move forward, and the brands and the destinations that we work with, help them to become leaders. We're very active in the community and in the industry, a lot of thought leadership, very vocal, and we do that to help the industry, to help others. As we all know, the last 2 years of the pandemic has been a game changer. And so how can we help the industry move forward, organizations move forward, the trade move forward? And so some of the highlights here, we've won a lot of awards with our work. We've got a real specialty and expertise in sustainability, something very near and dear to my heart and to our team. We've had the honor to work with a lot of great brands in the industry. We do specialize in tourism, and you'll see just in the work that we do that distribution and marketing of that content. You know, today I'll be talking about content marketing, or this first part about content marketing. But I will say you can have the best content in the world, but if you don't effectively market and promote it to that target audience, why do it? You know, and we run across a lot of destinations say we've been producing all this great content, but no one hears about it. Well, that's partially why I'm here today, and also part of the strategy on some of the things we'll cover today and tomorrow. So I always like to start out just with our mission so people get a sense, and I'll talk to you in a minute. We actually did an internal brand overhaul for us just during COVID. It was an opportunity for us to take a step back, to look at our values. For me, it wasn't really a game changer in rebranding GLP, but it was more for the unity of the team, bring our team together. We had some new people come on board, and that was really important, I think, for me and for us, most importantly. But our mission, directing mission-driven brands toward their sustainability goals in protecting nature, culture, and livelihoods through the lens of storytelling and content marketing. So we're very focused in our role and how we can help tourism and the industry, and I think you'll see that today and tomorrow. As I mentioned, we've had the opportunity to work with a lot of great brands in the industry, a lot of great destinations. Those are our typical clients. But we were just in Mexico, just in January, filming with Posadas Group, which is the largest hotel group in Mexico. So we do work with others in the industry, but our primary market, if I had to say, is destinations, either national DMOs or regional DMOs. But worked a lot just across the hospitality industry, brands and events, worked with a lot of event partners. We might be filming actually an event in Slovenia in September. So again, just different opportunities come up, and looking at for us from how we can help the industry, you know, we make those decisions. And then lastly, on the sustainability side, most important on my end, on our end, on, you know, really working with the best partners that are really helping move the industry forward. And I'll be talking about sustainability more tomorrow. We just won 2 new awards, which are not on here, but in 2021, we were voted the #1 storytelling agency by Newsweek, Newsweek magazine, or just Newsweek now in the United States. Pretty top, it was a big honor for us to get that recognition. But I think for me, over the years that we've been around, my goal has really just been to produce the best content possible. Because that's going to inspire people, and you'll see some examples today and tomorrow, and that's only going to help. moving forward. So we set the bar pretty high in wanting to produce award-winning content. And lastly, just on who we are, just so you get a sense of the journey we take our partners, our brands, our destinations with, is we really look at the sustainability part first. How do we help on that strategy? Because a lot of destinations or brands need help. It's new, it's different. Some are real pioneers and they don't need our help, so we really assess each situation. But then we go into the strategy on the content, and you'll see some of that today looking at content marketing. And then get into the storytelling, the actual filming, the production, and then distribution. How do we get that content out to the industry? How do we connect with consumers and travelers? But also, more importantly, the part I love is how do we help the trade? How do we drive in advisors, the media, operators to a destination that is looking to reposition itself and make an impact? And ultimately, for us, it's about targeting quality tourism, quality business development, especially now, just looking how the industry has changed so much, and we all know about over-tourism and how sometimes too many tourists is not a good thing. Okay, so today I'll put up what we're, so this is sort of our rough agenda. Today I'll talk about content marketing and branding, quick snapshot on each. After a coffee break, talk about strategic storytelling. And then tomorrow, hopefully you guys will be here tomorrow, then I'll be getting into really where tourism is going in sustainability and destination management, and then talk about distribution and communications. So I will say overall, please interrupt me. There's, I'm happy to keep and talk, and I can go through these slides, but if you have a question, raise your hand. We'll have some interactive parts. We'll have 2 breakout sessions this first section, and then after the coffee break, we'll have 1. But please don't hesitate just to interrupt me. It's always makes it more interesting and nice for me if you had something that popped into your mind. So please don't hesitate. I actually encourage it. So, but I will say, just throwing up these points, I love workshops. They're great. You're able to connect with other people. It's hands-on. It gives you an opportunity to almost self-reflect about your brand, about your destination, about your organization, who you are, in person with others. And I think that personal connection, maybe you know everyone here, but maybe you don't. And I think, again, just a little bit of information gathering and rubbing elbows, so to speak, with others is always nice. And I think over the course of today and tomorrow, you really get a sense of, you'll have some good concepts and strategies moving forward. So again, please interrupt me if you have questions. Just throw your hand up and happy to answer a question. Okay, so starting this off, what is content marketing? And I'll put these points up here so you can read them as I go along. But really, content is, people talk about content is king. Content's so important at the end of the day. It's what drives a brand. It's look at all the assets that you have, your website, social media, podcasts, email, newsletters, anything that represents your brand outside of your logo is content. And I'll have some examples in the next slide. But really the purpose of content marketing, and I'll go into this comparison, it's very different than traditional advertising. Traditional advertising is really sort of thrown into your face. We all see the ads if it's going around town and billboards or on social media. It's things that are almost forced in your face. But content marketing is different. It educates, it engages, it informs, it provides information. And it's a buzzword, people know about it, but I think it's really understanding how you can use your content as a strategic advantage to connect with your customer. So think of all the channels, just in talking about this, and we'll get into some more specifics, but think about how you can inspire and engage your audience, your customer, also your industry. So, and ultimately though, this information and support that you're providing to your customer, it also builds that trust. And so the better the content, the more engaging the content. I'll get to storytelling. Storytelling is a form of content marketing, but it really builds that trust. And that's what we all want. That's why we're in this industry, is we want people to trust and like and appreciate and engage with our respective brands. So some examples of content marketing, I mentioned some of them here. You know, your blog, your website, podcasts that we see out there. There's a million podcasts now. You can't keep up. Everyone's got a podcast. But again, it's a way, if you're walking, cycling, driving to work, whatever. It's a way to hear information in a different way. And I was slow to adopt podcasts. Now I really enjoy them. Emails, people think email marketing is dead. It's not. It's one of the most effective ways to engage with people. It's personal. It's one-on-one. There's no other distraction. We send out a monthly newsletter for that reason. We don't do it more than a month because we don't want people get a lot of emails. But it's still a very effective way to connect. Magazines, heck, I run across magazines and say, wow, I miss those days. I miss the days when, we could really, we had too many magazines. So now you appreciate the few that are still out there. And then lastly, what I'll be talking about, and you'll see some good examples, is videos. I mentioned here Faroe Islands during the pandemic, if some of you know, they did a really creative way of virtual traveling to the Faroe Islands. Really interesting, really engaging, never done before, and it really just poked humor and fun in travel and what it really is all about, having that adventure. But obviously, if you can't go there, it's a little different. So really having fun with the idea of virtual travel. So I like this quote because it really sums up a lot of the points I'll be talking about today. With over 100,000 digital words consumed every day, 92% of consumers want brands to tell stories with those words. And really what this is saying is don't sell something to me, engage with me, tell me a story. And that's really, and I'll go into storytelling more later, but it's really just that simple point. We're all getting inundated with stuff. So people just, at the end of the day, people say, engage with me, talk to me, make a conversation about it. That really, at the end, is what's most important. So the first case study I'll show is Georgia. We were in Georgia back in 2019, and it was one of the campaigns we did just before the pandemic kicked in. We were there for about 10 days. We had a whole mixture of different stories and content. What I love about this story actually evolved after we were there because we really saw this connection between two different generations, this young kid, Alex, who you'll see, and his grandmother. And his grandmother was his inspiration. And it was a story that didn't present to us right away because we have a good sense of our film shoot, what the stories we're going to be pulling out. But sometimes we don't know what story is going to rise. And what we found, it wasn't, we actually said, hey, can we go meet your grandmother, this woman that you've been keep talking about? And it was really that bond and that connection that ultimately produced a film that won us several awards, Best Adventure Travel Film of the Year, voted by the industry. But it's really just that story of community, of culture, yes, adventure, that I just wanted to start this off as a good segue into the workshop. So enjoy this first story on Georgia.
Nature is calling, and you need to go there. You need to feel the ground, smell the sun. Our beautiful mountain landscapes are not empty. They have soul. The soul is given by the people, communities who are living there. You need to go around and see what is happening here and maybe working with my friends because we are able to see the nature in different perspectives, in different angles. It's not only picture, it's not only nature, it's way of life, it's way of looking at the things differently.
So we'll get into storytelling later today, but again, just a good, when looking at content, it's so important, and ultimately what engages, what inspires you, and I love that story, just their bond. And again, this was not a story we were looking to tell. It just came across, and we spent time. We were there for 10 days, traveling around, as his grandmother said, 9 days bouncing around a vehicle all across Georgia, east to west. It was quite the adventure, and you really get to know each other and what's important to everyone. So looking at, again, this is a content marketing campaign. So ultimately, you know, I mentioned earlier sort of the work we do with destinations, and this is a good case study, a good example. So we produced over 6 films, covered 2 different categories. One was adventure, and that was one of a series of adventure films. Another was a whole culture and food and culture and wine. Again, I'd love to show you that. It's a great story looking at, you know, vineyard owners, a chef in Tbilisi, and just, again, all the passion that they have. But ultimately, you know, the distribution for this campaign, how we got it out to consumers. We marketed it to 5 regions in Europe, France, Italy, England, Germany, and Poland. So it wasn't even marketed to the US market. It was looking at key markets in Europe, which was Georgia's key markets even today. And so the media press exposure was fabulous. Again, it was global in distribution, but reaching over 50 million in the reach is phenomenal, just looking at numbers itself. And again, Georgia's an exciting emerging destination that has been relatively undiscovered. And again, just some of the success we're very proud of just in getting that content out. So this is going to be the first time that you can now connect with folks at your table. So this is what I'm calling just the first breakout session. And here, I'll throw up these questions. This is really looking at, this is a real quick snapshot into what branding is. We're going to look at the voice of a brand and the values of a brand. Very simple, very high level, won't get too complicated. But I think it is important for all of you, and we'll use Croatia as that case study, as an example that we talk about. So in your group on your table, we're going to take about 15 minutes on this, maybe a little less, depending. I mean, we don't have that many groups. So read the questions here that I have. So in your group, when you talk about Croatia to people from other, you know, like myself, what's the first thing you think of? And think keywords. Think of statements. I don't want to bias you on that, but just think of, how do you describe Croatia to others? And then secondly, what's that one emotion? You saw the emotion of Georgia through Alex and his grandmother. That emotion of passion and adventure. That's their emotion. What's your emotion with Croatia when you describe it to others? And then ultimately, if we'll get just in your group, talk amongst everyone, come up with what are some of those key words you think of with Croatia, and what's that one emotion, and then we'll just get one person on your table if they can just stand up, and I'll write it on this board here. So talk amongst yourselves. This is this chance just to chat. Trust me, this is a good process. I know it's always hard the first time, but just talk about Croatia, talk about keywords, think of your own brand, your own company, and that's ultimately the goal here, but use Croatia as an example. So go ahead. Or just whatever comes to mind. There's no rule. It's more just thinking about, use Croatia as an example. How would you describe it, in handful of words? Doesn't have to be anything, if you have a conversation, you'll mention 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I wrote beautiful nature, but I can write rivers and the
Sure,
sea and
sure.
waterfalls.
Yeah. The idea is for you just to think about your brand, your company. What's your
I have a travel agency.
travel agency?
Travel agency.
Okay. So obviously your brand is important.
Yes.
So how people perceive your brand. So think of Croatia as an example, and then think of it just how you would want to. We'll
How will I attract them?
sorry.
How will I attract them?
Yeah. Exactly. It's really just a good exercise just to think about what the brand represents. We'll talk in more specifics and get into the voice and the value of the brand in a second. But it's just a simple thing just to, yeah. Hello. Any questions? Are you fine? Okay. Yeah, no, it's good. It's always hard the first time.
How did you come up with this guy from Georgia?
Alex? Through just networking in Georgia, just through friends. Yeah, I had some friends that had been there, and then just someone referred me, and then seemed like a cool guy, and just reached out and talked to him, and it's like, wow, he's cool.
You went to Georgia on purpose, like
Yeah, no, this was, oh yeah. No, we were hired by the ministry.
oh, okay.
Yeah, that was our client. So we got hired by them, and yeah, it was a cool, yeah, it was cool. I mean, it's a little bit like the Wild West, because there's no, still, yeah, I don't think tourism is really, you just pop into areas. And yeah, we went along the highway right through the middle where the Russians had sort of taken part of the land all the way to the highway. And, I mean, there's no sign or flag or anything, but we heard the story just like that's Russian soil now. So it's like right in the middle. It like cut down and it ends right at the highway. But what are you going to do? I wanted to get out. We get out and took photos, but that, it's just a field,
There's lots of people that come from the States, even they even think that there's still something going on here in Croatia as well. So
Oh,
imagine in Georgia
yeah,
what they think. So
yeah. Well, anything that's in the media, it sticks in your head, I mean, yeah, I've been many places where my parents are like, why are you going? I'm like, Dad, it's just, there's gorillas in Guatemala. It doesn't mean that they're everywhere, It's like there's crazy things in the U.S., but it's not everywhere, So it's just, yeah, media, the joy. But anyway, yeah, we'll keep going. Any questions? Okay, all right, cool, good. No arguing now.
Thank you for doing this because you know.
It's a good brainstorm. Okay, all right, I think I'll wrap up here. Okay, so it looks like we have 4 groups. So who wants to go first? And this is really, if someone just wants to, if one person in the group just wants to stand up, and then just, you can just introduce yourself, say your name and your company, and then I'll just write down some of the key words. So this is simple. This is just an exercise to bring you guys together and talk Croatia as an example. So go ahead. Sure, that's fine.
So the keywords are beautiful nature,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
rich in culture and history,
Yeah.
diversity,
Diversity. Okay.
emotion is pride.
Pride. Cool. Okay. Great. No, it's really good. Anyone else or other tables? We got 3 left. Come on, someone to just stand up. Who's going to be that spokesperson? All right. Cool. Any emotion that rises to the top? Or, I mean, you mentioned a whole bunch, but yeah, okay. It's all right. All right. Sorry? Passion? Someone can do it. See? There you go. That's okay. That's okay. They got the benefit of going first. And
I agree. So what we put aside was this UNESCO heritage and gourmet experience. I think maybe Gus already mentioned that. I mean, I wrote down my personal emotion that I relate to Croatia. It was passion, which is over.
cool. Okay.
So nothing to add there. Maybe
Endurance.
endurance.
Huh. For the emotion? Yeah, it's the journey. Okay, cool. All right, last group. Oh, cool. Great. Ah, music. Okay. Hmm. Okay, great. Well, again, I hope, again, the purpose of that is, 1, to connect with everyone on your team, and then 2, just really thinking about what a brand represents and what it means to you, again, using your own country as a good starting point. So looking at brands, and I mentioned this earlier, you know, traditional advertising, we all know, we don't want it, it's there, we have to deal with it, we have to skip through it. Sometimes they let us skip through after 5 seconds, sometimes not. But it's more that interruption. But content, it provides that information, it gives that opportunity, if you're doing good content, to really engage with viewers. Again, building that trust is so important, and really asking you that question, how do you develop your brand ultimately? Because again, the content you make, probably one of the biggest takeaways for this is the content you have really needs to represent your brand, and I'll break down those parts. So the brand positioning, so I love, these charts can sometimes be overwhelming. It's like, where do I start? But I like to just explain here, like, over here, what you have to offer. So think of your company, your product selection. Here's your competition. You want to stay away from your competition. And then that's what consumers want. So if you break this down, well, you don't want to offer what your competition offers. So that says, don't even think about this. Total overlap. Then over here, your competition has what your consumers want. So your competition has the advantage, because you're not even over there. Then in the middle, well, it's risky. You and your competition are offering the exact same thing of what customers want. That's where the battle rages. So ultimately, again, the purpose of this is what makes your brand, your services unique and special. And that's the yellow part, where what you have to offer totally lines up with the consumer, and it's a win-win, because your competition doesn't get involved. And that's the uniqueness. And probably the biggest part here is the uniqueness part. Because it's not ultimately your vision and what customers want. You have to factor in the competition. What makes your experience, your product unique and different from the others? And so we use the example of Croatia. How do we position Croatia? What makes Croatia unique? The question I was asked actually by the media that were here earlier that came and left, they said, well, what does Croatia need to do? And I said, just be itself. I mean, that's really what a brand should be, is be what's true. And I'll show you the example of what my team and company went through to sort of reposition us. But again, so what makes Croatia unique? And what are the values and the vision associated with that uniqueness? So again, that's really the takeaway here, is that uniqueness. So I'll use the example of, we used the pandemic as a time, like a lot of companies, we had more time. We weren't traveling, we weren't off filming wherever. We were doing more virtual storytelling, which was interesting. Never done that before, never even considered that before. And virtual storytelling is really just getting footage from other people, and then we would interview via Skype or Zoom. But so these are two aspects of a brand that there's so many parts to a brand positioning and the brand strategy, but I thought I'd talk about voice and values just because they're the most direct connection that we have to our brand that I think is a little more tangible before it gets too overwhelming. So for us, this is our old logo, this is our new logo. So we did both the visual, but more importantly, the brand identity internally. Sort of what are we? And I'll throw up our answers. How do we talk to our customers? So if we're talking to a hotel group, a destination, an operator, again, our clients, we want to be personable. We want to be inspiring. We want to be positive, you know? I mean, that's, I think, our company's perception on the industry. So again, think of, and I will say, this will give you a preview, the next breakout session we'll do is looking at the voice and values of your brand, of your company. So, but also we want to be knowledgeable. I mean, we know a lot. We've been in the industry a long time, so that was really important for us. And again, on the visual side, our brand represents some of these aspects. This is a little more rigid. That's a little more creative. We wanted to spark, we wanted to seem more professional, there's more depth behind what we do. We also, if you notice, we dropped the films part on our logo. We're still known as GLP Films, but we dropped that. Why? Because we wanted people to be more curious and not make that assumption, oh, we're just a production company. Because as I showed earlier, those 5 circles were more than that. We're a full-service agency, but people didn't realize that. They made that assumption that, oh, we just make films. Then the values. This was most important to me in building a team, and our company culture was, okay, what are our beliefs? What are we trying to accomplish? And I'll throw up here, sustainability was first and foremost, and you can call that regenerative. I mean, sustainability I like to see as sort of a catch-all. There's a lot of buzz and transformational. There are a lot of good words that are out there that mean different things to different people, but I like sustainability. It is overused, of course, but it is a good melting pot because I think people are starting to understand what it is, and what I like about it is it means different things to different people and different industries. But what are our company's beliefs? We want to collaborate. We want to innovate, do great work, always trying to raise the bar, the storytelling work, the filming we work. We always want to make sure it gets better and better. We want to innovate. We want to build a community. We're a very collaborative company. When we film, we actually work with local operators or hospitality companies. That's never done. We're very strategic in that. We want to help the industry, in what better way than to work with a local company on the ground. Like in Georgia, we worked with, if you know, the Ajara group. It's a hospitality group. They have these amazing hotels in different locations around the country. And they were our partner. And that's where we found Alex, because Alex is actually their local guide. And then quality for us at the end. We want to deliver good work. We want the quality to rise to the top. If it's the storytelling, if it's the work we do. So again, just using us as a backdrop. So I'll show you just a fun little who are we about our team next, just as a little example to give you a visual.
Travel is just a great sector. It's something that the world really needs right now to reconnect with one another.
I'm excited for tourism to come back, for what it means to me as a person, to my family, and just the work we do.
Maybe we can travel with a more thoughtful eye and a more considerate view of the communities and the land that's affected. I love that the work we do puts us in new places. You have to learn new things. Just do something different every single day.
Think this aspect of change within your environment is so important, and that's something that I'm really excited about the tourism coming back. It's just me feeling out of my element, but in a good way.
I love that what we do at our core, we work really hard, but at the core what we do is about optimism, it's about positivity and celebrating great things that people do.
Take some time out and really just sort of like think about what you're experiencing in the moment, because it's such a unique experience that I would never have otherwise.
I have to say, I feel really lucky. You know, our core team has been together since the beginning. I think we're all just really proud of where we've been, where we are today, looking at tourism moving forward, and I think we're all just really excited about what's to come.
So a personal take on our brand, where we wanted to go, and some insights and some bloopers and takes from, but again, that's being more personable, and that was important for our brand and who we are in our competitive space, looking at our competition. You know, our typical competition are these huge agencies. We're not a huge agency. We're a boutique team that's very specific and very specifically going out to certain industries and you know, looking at sustainability, looking at tourism moving forward, and doing it in a very hands-on, collaborative way. So the second breakout, now that you've broken the ice, now that you know everyone that's at your table, and all the uncomfortableness is gone, so now look at these two questions. The voice, so again, I can pull up our other slide for what we did, but how do you talk to your customers? And again, I'll show you that other slide. You know, your voice is, how are you going to talk to someone next to you, across the room, through chat, through email. You know, how are you going to talk to them, and what traits represent you? For us, again, it was personable. That was, I think, one of the takeaways in that video, is our personal side. And then the values. What is your company? What's important to your company? First thing I threw up for us, sustainability. Okay, it's an overused word, got that, but it's symbolic of, it represents, you know, it's sort of the modern day eco-responsible. And that's okay. We've embraced it and just said it is what it is, you know, but it's important to us because it crosses a lot of industries. And then we'll just have one token, maybe shake it up, someone else speak. So we don't have to do this for the full 15 minutes. So on your own, try to do this on your own just initially. Think about the voice and values for your brand, because it's interesting to just think individually and then share it with the others. If you want to just share with the others, that's fine. But I really like that independence first of just thinking of yourself, what's important to you, and then see what others wrote. So go ahead. So voice and values for your organization. Get some good music, get you going. Anyone wants to dance, feel free. And I'll throw up what we did on our end, just to give you a sense. So this is what we did in our thought process. Again, it took a long time. We had a lot of keywords. Then we wanted to boil it down just to give focus and clarity in coming up with our new logo. So again, that was important for us, and I'm happy to break that down if people have questions. But okay. Great. Yeah. No, it's good. Yeah. Any questions? No. Okay. That's what it's all about. I met, actually, he's a professor at the university, Met, yeah. He's coming tomorrow. Shoot, I forgot his last. Yeah, hold on. I can't Met. He's in sustainable tourism. Like that's his. Hold on. Ante. Okay. Oh, okay. But he's in economy. Okay. Yeah, he might. Well, he's lecturing to this morning, so he'll probably come tomorrow. So, but I was just going to meet you. I just reached out. I saw he had a specialty in sustainable tourism. So I said, oh, we need to talk. So, you know, just to get the academic side for Croatia, obviously, but what's your? You're more in digital. Okay. 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 Cool. Do you focus? Okay. Sure. Well, I'm sure you could add more to this on the digital side. Cool. Okay. All right. Everyone okay? Having fun? Really identifying the brand, so you all work together? Oh, just competition. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So she connects with your brand. Oh, good. That helps. Yeah. Right. Make as much money as possible. Yeah. Again, it always has been. Well, it was interesting when I was interviewed, they asked me about, I get this in news, but you think, yeah, well, and my first comment, and I might have mentioned this to you, is like no other event is, I think, as an American, is unified the majority of the world like no other. I mean, the pandemic unified us, but this, I'm a pretty positive person. The positivity in me it's brought us all together on the importance of democracy, the importance of freedom and people and community and, taking care of people. And I mean, it's, I don't know much about Zelensky, but he just seems pretty inspiring. I mean, who knows? But I don't know. Yeah. No, you can't make assumptions. It's only a short window. I mean, we have, who is the governor of New York? Cuomo. He's the son. He's the son of a former very popular governor in the United States in New York. And during the pandemic, this guy Cuomo got so much attention because, and then he turns out he was doing it was fake, it was false, and now he's gone, and it's just one of those political stories that just it was unfortunate, so you never know. But you hope for the best. Anyway, no, he had people were like listening to him every day. Because it was inspiring. I mean, we're locked down, we can't go anywhere, and he rose to the top in the U.S. as like the go-to source just for inspiration. And so it's a sad story. Anyway, so Croatia's always been great. Anyway, yeah. Sure. And that's an opportunity. You guys okay? Okay, who wants to be the lucky? Who wants to go first and put all the great ideas up there and then we just replicate? Anyone want to go first? Voice and values here. And this is for your organization, so this is, again, it's going to be more, it's not about Croatia as much, but anyone want to just represent the group and just give your scenario of how do you want to talk to your customers, and then what is the beliefs or what's most important to your company? Anyone? Just go for it. Got nothing to lose. It's just us.
So for the customers,
And is this for your company?
yes.
So what type of company are you?
So we have account, but I don't think it's
Yeah, I think you just have to talk into it.
Really? So,
it's working.
what we...
Are you an operator?
Yes, we're a fleet operator, and we're also operating with villas, which we either own or manage for some other owners.
Okay.
That's what we basically do. So the things about the first one, the voice, how do we talk to our customers? I wrote down respect. You need to show the client respect. That's very important to, I mean, to make something happen, to make a business at all. Listening is important, which brings me to the second one, which is actually meeting the client, because it's not only important to I mean, like, sell something. You won't sell anything if you don't meet the client, if you don't know what he or she wants, what they want to experience, what they want to see, and so on. And definitely we're practicing this personal approach, because that, I mean, it's simply, you know, it's impossible to do business without this in what we actually do. And gaining trust, I also wrote down this. And we're trying to inspire the customer, you know, just inspire what can be what can be done in this destination. About the other one, about the values, what I wrote down is... sorry.
Well, I already wrote it down. I thought that you were going into your values.
Okay,
but anyway, okay.
Some other things that I also wrote down were integrity and flexibility. This is very important in what we are doing.
Okay. Okay. Great. No, again, the whole goal here is for you to come away and sort of thinking about how you're going to connect with your customer, and then what are your core beliefs. So, anyone else? Okay. And if you want to just say what kind of company you have, that'd be great. Okay, so yacht charter? Okay. Personal, friendly, and knowledgeable? Okay. Say that again, sorry. Okay. High quality lifestyle? Okay. And that was the values? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Last two groups? The competitor. Oh, no, wait.
No,
the partner.
not the
partner.
competitor. No. Hi, everyone. My name is Lata. I'm here representing Hotel Fermai. So our voice, how do we talk to our customers? Well, first, there has to be some kind of excitement when we talk about our product, and also be knowledgeable about what we're selling, taking pride in what we have on the market. Also, one thing that we believe is offering a personal approach to each and every guest that's staying at our hotel.
Mm-hmm.
With regards to values, well, we really believe in taking care of people.
Mm-hmm.
So not just our guests, but also our employees. So this is really throughout our company, is number one. Also, when it comes to our guests, is establishing and creating loyalty, so getting people to return. And one other thing is just like a key word is also the experience.
Mm-hmm.
What happens from the moment they enter the hotel, throughout their stay, and then after they leave. So just like a circle.
Yep.
That's it from our end. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Last but not least.
Hi. So I'm Maria. I'm working in Ključne travel agency, and we are working in children and youth tourism. So for us, it's very important to have a very positive attitude, and we are trying to be open to the people we talk about. We're not talking just with other agencies, but also with parents, schools. So we have a lot of people to communicate with, and we try to be as open as much, as cordially as much, and we try to explain them that we are providing safe environment for their children, but also environment where the children can have fun and where they can make memories. So memories are like the most important part for us, to make memories that will be talking about with other friends, with their parents, other people, so they can come back to us one day, not just them as a children, but maybe when they are parents and have their own children, their children come back to us.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, so what I'll end with, I've got just a couple more slides and I'll show this video. So I will say, this is one of my favorite stories. We're in southern Thailand, a place that very few people go. It's definitely less discovered than Bangkok and some of the islands, Koh Samui and others that have been on the map for a long time because of Hollywood or whatnot. But this was a region on the west coast, southern west coast, north of Phuket, if you know your Thailand, Southeast Asia geography. But what was special about it is we're in a Muslim community in a Buddhist country. So it was very unique where we were. It was, again, sort of outwardly, you could tell you're just in a different world, a different community. And so much to say about this, but this is really, as I mentioned here, sort of the day in the life. If those who know community-based tourism, it's where travelers come and they stay with a local family. So homestays, everything they do is in the community. And you'll see in this, it's real. Like, yes, you're making batiks and whatever, but that's a traditional art form that's been passed down for generations. Collecting thatch from out in the nature, and then cutting it for the roof, making the roof. Like, tourists, people were doing things that the locals do on a regular basis. It wasn't fabricated, it wasn't fake, and that's real, true community tourism. You're going and you're immersing yourself in this place, you're sleeping in their house, you're using their facilities, you're eating their food. Sometimes the food is a little more westernized. They'll have some options for you, but they'll always have traditional food, and then just a balance. But it's really that real authentic experience. And I guess my point here, when you look at values, their values are immediately confirmed when you sort of get a glimpse into their daily life. And I think that's when you look at branding and you look at what's important to this community. One side note, or a couple things here, I have if you know the United Nations SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, this is also something that we do in our work is we'll showcase there's 17 rules, and they cover everything from air, water, health, sanity, they'll cover a whole variety of different topics. There's 17 of them. But the point here is these 14 connect to this story. And so for those looking at sustainability, which we'll talk about tomorrow, these are a great benchmark to measure what you're doing and to see if you're aligning what your product or service is about with these global standards. So again, that's just a quick summary of the Sustainable Development Goals, but it gives you a sense of where you can take your content, where you can take the work you do. But want to just connect. The main guy you'll see here is just the warmest, friendliest, very shy. Again, he was a character we had identified, but we hadn't met him before we went, and he just opened up his family, and we were just being able to hang out with his family just like any other day, and that was very true and very nice for us. So I think you'll see their values come through in this story, this community. And also, too, just a side note, during COVID, when tourism shut down, this community actually thrived. They did fine because they weren't over-dependent on tourism. So again, that's successful community-based tourism. It was an add-on. It was providing funding for school and school supplies, but it was a bonus. They have a local economy. That was fine. We reached out and connected with the community during the pandemic, and they're like, we're doing fine. What's the big deal? And so while everyone else in tourism is really struggling. So it was interesting to see how they got through it. So again, I'll let you enjoy this story. Also, this was, when you talk about branding, this was Thailand's first attempt. They reached out to us. This is the first time they've really pushed sustainability throughout the country. They still have a lot of work to do. They're definitely not where they should be. But again, I do applaud them for making the effort to say, hey, we want to talk about sustainability. And so this was one story within a whole series that we did. So enjoy.
You feel how the people live, and you get to know the people who live in this country and who make this country special.
แล้วก็บรรยากาศของน้ำทะเลที่ข้างนอกมันเขียวใสแล้วก็หมู่เกาะที่ยังเป็นธรรมชาติอยู่คือเมื่อได้ขับเรือไปเจอก็อยากจะแชร์ประสบการณ์จากที่เราได้ไปเจอแล้วสวย
I really enjoyed getting into the handicraft and to be able to do it myself.
เวลามีแขกมาพักที่โฮมสเตย์สนุกแล้วก็ทำให้บ้านคึกคืนขึ้นเหมือนกับมีเพื่อนมีญาติมาเยี่ยมเราจะไม่คิดว่าเป็นนักท่องเที่ยวมาคือทุกคนในครอบครัวต้อนรับด้วยใจจริงๆครับมุสลิม 99% ไทยพุทธ 1% เราก็สามารถอยู่ร่วมกันได้โดยมีความสุขไม่มีปัญหาขัดแย้งเรื่องศาสนาเพราะว่าศาสนาเป็นเรื่องการนับถือทางจิตใจเพราะฉะนั้นเรื่องศาสนาจะไม่มีปัญหากันเราสามารถอยู่รวมกันอย่างมีความสุข
there's lots of trends and whatnot in looking at where are the hot new segments of tourism coming out of COVID. And I will say, and I'll talk about this in the next section, but community-based tourism or community tourism is definitely one of those. Such a unique, authentic, rich experience. I mean, I think right there, I mean, that's as true as it can. Nothing was fabricated. We were following this guy along, just following his day and what he does and what they do. And it was very true and very real. And I would say if you can convey that experience to any traveler, they're going to want to come because it's really like no other. So in summary for this morning's session, just to summarize some of the key points, talk about content marketing, remembering, I mean, many of you know, content is king. It is so important, or queen. It's really built for your audience, know your audience, but ultimately build that trust, build that connection, because that's how you connect with people, website, social, newsletter, etc. Secondly, the creation of that content. Think of where people are going to go for that information. I'll have a stat in this next section on mobile and digital. We all know everything's digital now, and we all know everything's mobile. That's really where people are going, so making sure it's on all platforms as needed, so that creation of it. The strategy. This is the most important part. I'd almost put this first because that strategy and how you're creating, we have our own internal strategy, the content we're making for our partners, for our clients, and for the industry, for our thought leadership. But that strategy is so important, and that take the step back. What are we trying to accomplish here? Almost get out of the office, go to a local restaurant, a bar, whatever, and just talk. Like, that strategy is so important, and I can't emphasize that enough. It's really the foundation. And then lastly, that voice and values work that we do. Look at your brand. What is the voice of your brand, of your organization? What are the values? How do you talk to your customers? Again, really your goal. And then what are you going to provide? What are the services you're going to provide for them and to speak to the results that you want in the end? So hopefully you guys like some coffee. The coffee and juice has just arrived. So that's the end of this morning's session. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in a little bit. No, it's perfect. That's fine.
Coffee?
I actually don't drink coffee.
You don't?
Oh, my. Okay. Okay. Do you want to say any word or no? Sure, you said your bit. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice little break. And I'll just update you on sort of where we're at. So again, tomorrow I'll be getting into more what we see as the future of tourism, where tourism is going, talking about sustainability, destination management, and then getting into the fun stuff of strategic communications and distribution, so all the marketing. But right now we're going to dive into the part that I love the most, is just the stories, getting into the characters and the people and the purpose and the journey you take people on with content. So we talked about content marketing. We talked about a little bit about branding. So I like to call it strategic storytelling, because any story that we tell, there's a strategy behind it. Any work we do, there's a strategy. Who we're trying to reach, what our target audience is, what's the goal, what are we trying to accomplish, what's the end result, the call to action, the engagement we want on the consumer, even though it's presented like you saw in Georgia and in Thailand. You know, it's engaging, but there's a purpose there. There's a strategy to emotionally connect, because I do believe that content is so important in the end. So it is helpful, though, I will say, to talk about some of the numbers out there, and where media is, where digital is today. I think we're all aware of it. We're living it, and I'll throw these points up just to have it here. There's no surprise. and I mentioned this earlier, you can see this is traditional media, so television, print, and you can see the trend, 5 hours, 13 minutes, 4 hours, 45 minutes. That's a very quick drop if you look at it over a 10-year period. That's a very, and it's only going in that direction. Not that it's going to disappear, we'll always have it, it's just a smaller slice. So obviously digital here in the red, it's amazing how much time. You think 13 hours a day we're consuming media. Do we sleep? Do we, like, it is amazing if you look at the numbers. But here we are right now, and digital is slowly getting more and more. I have now a 13-year-old going on 14, and, mobile devices is becoming part of the fabric. Anyone that has children knows it becomes this wonderful, and I say wonderful sarcastically, dynamic of, okay, let's put your phone down, let's hang out with family, and be together. But so I think the trends you're seeing, nothing I think is surprising here, but I think it just reminds all of us where things are shifting. It's going to a phone. It's at a phone. It's been at a phone for several years, and it's only going to get that much more important. So I think one of the points here, looking at the future of storytelling, is things that you had done in the past, maybe you can improve. So the blog you do on your website, for instance, maybe see about incorporating video into it, maybe seeing how you can push that onto your social channels and talk more. Even a channel like LinkedIn, which some of you might use, you're seeing more and more video coming onto it. It's been more article and photo driven, more business driven, but now you're seeing video. It's where things are going, and it'll only continue. But ultimately, all of this means that question: who is your target audience? What do they need? What content do they need? And how do you connect with them? You need to be able to answer those questions, really, to just make sure you're relevant and you're in their search results, you're in their top of mind when they're planning their trip. So storytelling, so we talked about content marketing and the importance, we talked about branding. I think we all know, I can say for myself personally, growing up as a child, I would ask, honestly, I literally remember asking my grandmother, just tell me another story. Tell me another story. I wanted to learn about our family and her history and her family history. And those are the things I remember, because I literally would just ask her all the time, tell me a story. And those are the things, I think that's a good analogy. We've all been there. We're all part of families and communities and friends. And those are the stories are what you remember. It's what you pass forward. So when you look at tourism, with all the clutter and everything, that's what the viewer is going to engage with. Is it something that's engaging? It's a story. It's not a fast video. It's not a lot of graphics. It's the depth of it. It's how quickly you can get someone's attention by something that's interesting and compelling. I was just over the break looking through YouTube just on split videos, and the ones that engage are ones that immerse me right away in the first little bit. It's not the flashiness per se. It's really trying to tell a story, because ultimately that's what travelers are going to see and say, I want to go there because I want to experience it. And then when they do go, they share it most likely, and they'll tell others, look, you have to go here because this story is amazing. So storytelling is very powerful. It's used a lot. It's talked a lot. But honestly, most people really don't use it. And I think that's the opportunity for Split, and I think it's the opportunity for your businesses, is really seeing this is the strategy now for marketing. Everyone is marketing on social media. And so how do you differentiate? It's by telling those stories. And most people are not doing that. So I will throw up here, the next case study, when COVID shut down, I wonder if this is too, when COVID shut down, or when the pandemic hit, the first thing we felt as a company and as a team was, how can we help? How can we help the travel industry? I mean, we all were there. I'll show you this trailer. that it's firsthand people's experiences in March and April of 2020. The first thing we thought is, well, let's reach out to our global network and talk to people and find out how it's going. So I talked to friends in Ecuador, I talked to friends in Chile, I talked to friends in Africa, you know, Indonesia, you know, just globally. And really, there was two clear things. One, people were struggling. We'd never had a pandemic before. It was always something in the movies, and now it was real. It was happening. It wasn't a 2-week thing. It wasn't a 2-month thing. It was going on for a while, but we weren't sure how long. The other, though, was this wonderful, you know, again, these are just me having quick conversations, messages through WhatsApp and Skype calls with friends in the industry. The other was this resiliency, this, we're going to get through this, we're going to survive, and this is how we're doing it. We're changing our business model, we're diversifying our income streams, we're becoming more self-sufficient, raising goats and chickens on our coffee plantation that we'd never done before. So there was two sides, the struggles and the challenges and the success and the persistence and resiliency. And so we quickly then as a team, I reached out to 151 people that I know over a couple months. It was crazy. But we just saw it as something we could do to help because the door had shut. We had just got back from filming in Thailand. We were in Thailand February of 2020, and we were just there. And I remember leaving the 14th of February, and there was 35 cases of the coronavirus in Thailand at that time, 35. And I remember just, you know, we didn't know what it was. Maybe it was an Asia thing, you know, who knows? And went home, and then we were filming actually a luxury event, Connections, actually, in Dana Point in California the first week of March. And we were all there. We felt like we were in this little bubble of about 200 people. And we were doing the AV, the audiovisual of the event, and filming it. And we were all sort of looking at each other, wondering what was going on. But we had a good time, and we all left. And I think most people were fine. And then everything changed that next week. So anyway, this was our quick story. We do have a free report if you go to our website, if you want to see this case study. Again, it was a lot of interviews and a lot of thought leadership that came into it, and we wanted to just offer it off for free to the industry. And it's something that our whole team is very proud of. So this is just the trailer of these 25 plus stories that we created.
The pandemic started, it's the first ascent because nobody's ever navigated before. You know, I think the easiest thing would have been for us to close. That would have been the easiest thing. But I was thinking about my people.
We are a service industry, so we have to be where people want us to be. I think the ones who will survive are the ones who can adjust to.
One of the wonderful aspects of the tourism industry is people love the industry, they love the people in it, and we're not going anywhere, and we're excited about the future no matter what shape or form it takes. We need just to start that.
Sometimes I wonder this is all happening for a reason. No, maybe the world has needed a break.
We are all going to be different after this virus in our hearts.
It was the spirit of common goal, and it was the spirit of helping our citizens to contain the virus.
I told my kids, if we can get over this
So it was a great example of, again, just reaching out and helping the industry, and I think that was a big lesson for us. We just continue to do what we can to help tourism and help the industry move forward in the right direction, and so very proud of that campaign. By far, we didn't make, we didn't make any money. We spent money like crazy just trying to make it and put it together, and we were very proud of its impact. So getting into storytelling, I'm going to cover a bunch of different topics. Feel free again, if you have a question, interrupt me. See if one person will interrupt me, maybe. But on the story themes, I could get into all of these. I mean, storytelling is actually a large discussion overall. But I will say the biggest thing I run into is the authenticity side. The biggest challenge when coming into a new project is I'll talk to the CEO, the owner, and they just want to sell, sell, sell. Well, you can't do that, one, if you want to be relevant in today's market. Remember that point I said to you earlier, the power, the real value of storytelling is it'll differentiate you from all the other promotional stuff that's out there. So typically, I don't want to interview the CEO. I don't want to interview the owner. I'm an owner. I'll sell to you, ultimately. And that's why it's great to talk to the people that are doing the nitty-gritty during the work, because they're doing the work because they love it. If you're at a hotel, an operator, an agency, a destination, talk to the people that are just living and breathing the brand, the destination, because they're less apt to sell, to be, promotional. And so that is by far the biggest issue we constantly run into at any new project that we're working on. We're just about to start a big project in Armenia. And again, it's about really pulling out these rich stories in Armenia that have never been told before. The second part, and I'll go into this later, is characters. Who are the voices? Who are the people that are going to tell your story? We'll go into characters a lot later. But just that's that way for people to engage. You saw the story with Alex. That story really focused on Alex and his grandmother. But I will say, because I won't show another video on Georgia, but when we went in, the broader stories that we told, I was a little snippet here on Georgia. I went in, and this will just get a perception of being an outsider. We went into Georgia wanting to tell the story of Georgia. But I realized, though, once we got to Tbilisi and we were hanging out with Alex, and I was just talking to him about his name and where he came from, his family's from Ukraine. His family's Russian. And then another region. It's not Georgian. So then I quickly said, holy cow, I can't have a non-Georgian be the face of a campaign for the country of Georgia. I quickly had a panic attack, like, what were we thinking? This 24-year-old kid, he's going to now be the face, and clearly his last name is Russian. Again, this has nothing to do with Russia in general. But anyway, long story short, we ended up diversifying. We had an amazing chef. We had 2 vineyard owners. You saw little snippets of them. We had a wonderful singer. And so we spread the wealth. We had all 4 of them be the characters of the story. So very quickly you can go in with an assumption, and then quickly you'll have to, I hate to use pivot, but you had to quickly re-strategize. Now I will say, big picture, it would have been fine to use Alex. Georgia's a melting pot, like a lot of destinations in this region of the world, in a wonderful, positive way. Just embracing the history, which came out in some of those key words, the culture, the heritage. And so as a third-party storyteller, I want to tell the most engaging, enriching, honest, authentic story possible. Sometimes you have to not worry about what others might think and just focus on the story itself. And so I think if we had used Alex as our primary character, and we did in that story, One Blood, it would have been fine. So again, it's just some interesting before and after effect. And then lastly, the experiences. I think the one thing I'm sure you all know is one of the opportunities for Split is to really talk about the unique experiences here in the destination. They haven't really been told in the work I've done, the research in Split and knowing this region as best as I can as an outsider. I think those stories still need to be told. And that, in my opinion, is a wonderful opportunity looking at the future of tourism. So what are some of the building blocks? I could have like 10 steps here, but I really, from a presentation standpoint, I thought I'd focus on 4. Probably the most important one, it's not as flashy, it's not as exciting, but it gets into the strategy part. What are you trying to accomplish? What are your goals? So important, like content marketing, what's your content strategy? So again, the strategy work in what we do in producing content is so important. We didn't just show up. We didn't go to Georgia and just pop up and start filming. There was a strategy there. We really we did several months of research, talking to a ton of different people. That's why we got such great distribution, because of the research we did. So we knew exactly, we had a really good sense. I won't say we were experts, but we had a really good sense of the stories we wanted to tell. But then you leave that room. I came before starting GLP from more of a documentary background as a photographer. And so you leave a lot of it, none of it is scripted, but you leave a lot of it, this room for creative freedom. And that's the part that I love in the destinations that we work with. They give us that creative freedom so we can do the job. As long as we hit the goals and objectives and the strategy and the purpose, the client or the partner or the destination or the hotel is happy. And that's ultimately making sure that they know we're going to meet these goals and objectives. Just give us the creative freedom to tell the best story possible. So the purpose is so important to have that strategy. I said earlier, it's like the foundation, the building blocks. Next, the arc. We experience this with any movie or short video that you see, that emotional journey that you go on. And I'll have an example in a minute. The ups, the downs, the tragedies, the struggles, the crisis, the conflict. You don't have to have it, but it can really... there wasn't a lot of conflict in that story that I showed on Georgia. It was really their family journey, his journey with his grandmother. So there wasn't a conflict, but I will say it's always great to find some conflict because it takes people on that emotional journey. Third, characters. I mentioned this, and we'll go into this some more. How many? Is it one person? Is it a group? Again, it's just a fun, who are those people that can really speak from the heart, speak from the soul about your brand? It's really fun you just don't know who your character is going to be, and I love that process. And then lastly, what is the backdrop? Location isn't the most important, but who can argue to good visuals? And I'll show you this next story on Chile. The visuals are unbelievable. So the location can really help with your story. So this was the southern tip of Tierra Fuego, southern tip of Chile, the very southern tip, the Cape Horn, southern part of the Americas. Couldn't go any farther. I'd never been there before. And this was another guy, I love telling this story. We never communicated with him before we went and filmed. So imagine going 8 full days down there, all our crew and equipment and everything, the funding behind it, the sponsorship. We never met our character. He doesn't really speak English. He's 76 at the time. No texting, no WhatsApp, so it was literally cross your fingers and hope he ends up being a great guy, because we were going through someone else and it's like, I don't know how to reach him, but he's there, so we show up and he's out in his field with his dog, we're here, So anyway, I had to tell that, but we were there for 4 days in this particular story. We did another story on a luxury cruise line going down in the Magellan Strait, so a separate story for 4 days. But and really this was one's man journey. You'll see the story in a second of being this crazy guy to being this pioneer. This story needed to be told to help protect this region of Chile, of South America, because it's not developed yet. The areas you're seeing when we were there 4 years ago, was not developed, and hopefully it's still not, or it's developed well. And you can't say that for all regions, but there are those gems out there that haven't been developed. And so it's just a great story, but really his character, his personality is so dominant. And what I love the most is you'll see his wife ends up being almost the best character. Few comments, but so spot on, and you could tell she was a very important person in his life. And we didn't even know about her before we came down. But we knew about Herman. So here's the story on the man at the end of the world. Now I'll go through the elements of this story. So I talked about the purpose. The purpose here is to help protect. Through his story, you can see his love and passion for this region of Chile. It was not developed yet. It was going to. It's definitely an up-and-coming tourist destination. And so we saw our job. My goal in producing this story is I wanted to get a great story out and win an award for this, simply to help shine the attention. And this, even though this was done 5 years ago, people still talk to me about the man at the end of the world. Again, this guy, Herman. So it was a very specific goal on our end, and then a very specific goal on our character's end, and why he wanted to tell his story and share. So that purpose, again, the foundation. The story arc, the conflict. Well, you will see in watching this, there's a little bit of conflict in the beginning, not knowing about tourism. Is tourism good? Is tourism bad? Not sure. And then, where is it going to go? And then you have, I won't, it's not a crazy ending, but it just, you see the emotional experience when you go through it. But I will say, this is something to be really aware of. Like, what journey are you going to take viewers on with your content? If it's an article, if it's a series of photos or video. It doesn't have to be video, I will say, with all the videos I'm showing you. But think about that climax. Think about the conflict and the journey you can take people on. This is Herman. When we were filming with him, and these are just, if you want, when identifying characters, they've got to be, it helps to have them comfortable on camera. Someone who I've known for a long time, Rafa Gallo, he passed away just this past year, but a pioneer in the adventure travel industry from Costa Rica. He was featured in the other film. If you saw, he was interviewed twice, once back in the day, and then one more recently when he had cancer. But he was not comfortable on camera. You'd hang out with him, best guy, so dramatic, and then you get him on camera, and his eyes get bloodshot. I'm like, Rafa, what happened? Where'd you go? So again, just having people at least be aware and comfortable, and people are getting more and more comfortable now with cameras and films, iPhones and everything being everywhere. But having backup options, definitely key. Just having, I think for me, it's passion. Someone who really loves the brand, the destination, whatever you're going to be talking about is important. And then location, just having these points here. You'll see with this story, the location plays a significant role, and it's definitely an important variable to consider always. So here's Herman.
cocheros a caballo, usando la cordillera pescar, y ahí empecé a conocer que tiene gente muy interesante, conversa muchos temas que le gusta. Entonces me empezó a gustar y a gustar empecé a contar, era muy gente que sabe muchas cosas de otros lugares, entonces realmente es entretenido. Así que no. Y de ahí a poquito se fue dando que llegó el camino, empezó a llegar gente que quería alojamiento, que quería alojamiento, con esto, otro, y empezamos a condicionar una cabaña que estaba desocupada, y la empezamos a condicionar y a poquito se fue dando. Nunca pensé mayormente en ser pionero, nunca lo pensé. Pero mi sueño era continuar lo que había quizás empezado en mi hogar. Siempre quería hacer una casa donde está la calle chica. Bueno, lo hice yo después. Mi idea es construir una más. Pero ese lugar, si tú pones muchas cañas, lo vas a perder. Entonces mi idea es construir otra cabaña y otros campos, nada más. Sí, me imagino que debería estar orgulloso porque se dedicó a todo este lugar igual. Realmente ya no puedo atender tanto como puedo andar a caballo, pero todas mis hijas y mis nietos, todos les encanta el lugar y creo que muchos de ellos van a seguir por acá. Mi hija ella va a seguir con el turismo. Obviamente todo eso más o menos pasado. Lo único que me falta es volver a andar a caballo.
Such a great guy. Such a great guy. Just that experience, spending 4 days in a place that, in his story, I mean, we got into his story really quickly and why it was special to him, his connection with his dad. And, I love his comment. He hated tourism. He hated it, and that's real. A lot of people don't want to say something like that on camera. And I can't tell you how that makes people want to go to Tierra del Fuego because of that honesty, that transparency. And a lot of people just don't understand it. You have to see something like that to say, okay, I get that, because we all have that feeling. I mean, I want to go back and see him now, just watching it again. So some good lessons. So on that note, there will only be one breakout session for this section this afternoon, but let's look at your story. If it's your organization, your company, and go through the questions that we just went through earlier that I walked through with Man at the End of the World. What compels travelers to visit? What's the purpose? So look at these fundamental parts, the part that's in parentheses. What's the story you want to take people on? The story arc. Who are the people that are going to help tell that story? Is it one person? Is it a group? And then where are you going to tell that story? Where are the best locations? So try to think on your own and then maybe do it on your own. I really would say some of the feedback I got from people, the real value of this is doing something focused on your own first, then share it with everyone else. Again, if you want to really get the benefit of this process. So think about yourself, your story. We don't have to do the whole 20 minutes, but think about 5 minutes on your own story, just quickly going through those quick things. Come up with one central story that you want to tell that's unique, authentic to Croatia, remembering some of the things we talked about earlier. Then share it with your team, and then I'll go around and just when you guys have identified what's the best story. Not that any story is better than the others, but pick one, and then we'll just share that one story from each table. So see it as a little bit independent, doing it on your own, and then share it with the group. And then in the group, you got 4 people, 2 people, then one of you just say, okay, let's tell that story. And then we'll just write up here the core elements. So go ahead. other world. Again, food is such a, like I said, just such a great part of any story. And then olives and local, so you have some good parts there. So.
Perfect. Thank you for confirming it.
Yeah.
That
No,
we're on the
it's
good
good.
track.
I
Thank you.
will say, then the other part I thought of earlier is, again, this is for media. So the content we produce with all these destinations, the goal is for media pickup. So one of the strategies why we do story-based content is to get pickup from the media. So if you want to say traditional magazines, Travel and Leisure, National Geographic, and others who we've worked with for years, or even online now, digital, there's a very big difference between an article and paid content. And that was a story that could get picked up because there was no brands, no logos, no advertisements in it. So we do this story-based for pickup on the media. So there's a very specific strategy in what we're doing, even though it's paid for. That was paid for, even though it's a story. So, yeah. Sure. Well, just yell loudly.
Okay.
Now it is.
Well, because when you see a person and some like this last video that you showed, it's like a unique person, unique story from his point of view also. And it's like you can identify in some way with some emotions or something like that. And I think that it gets the people the most, this emotion that they can recognize themselves in it. So
Yeah.
I think that's like today some good way to approach audience maybe or something like that.
That
yeah.
emotional, engaging.
Yeah, emotional, engaging, and something that you can say. Yeah, my granddad was like that, or my father says the same things, or I also had some similar experiences.
It's relatable.
Yeah, it's relatable. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. My
Thank
point
you.
earlier too was, what's the hook in that story? So your island experience, what is going to make it that much unique and special? Has it been told before? Have there been other stories told on the Croatian islands before, for example? Maybe, maybe not, or what makes your islands different from other islands? So just remembering that. Again, it's not competition as much, but more the noise out there. And so just keeping that in mind. Being unique, yeah.
How long does it take to make a movie? Sorry. So how long does it take to make a movie? Which I mean, the final product is a movie of a film of 2.5 minutes. But the process, because I think that people who doesn't do that, they think that it's very easy. They see the film 2.5 minutes.
Sure.
But how long does it take you to make a film like that?
What we typically say, if we were to work in Split, it would be ideally we want to have, just as a company, a couple months. So we're not rushed, we're not scrambling.
You want to feel it.
Yeah, and we have other work. This is not the only work. So we have other work, so we spread our time, and you get perspective, you do research, but it's not just go, go, go. So a couple months is nice. It's really nice situation to have. In Georgia, we had about a month. It was much quicker, and so it's just more rushed. So like anything, the more time you have, the more that you can really immerse yourself, you can read about it, you can watch at your leisure, you can become part of it. I don't want to rush our team in doing anything. So, but how quickly could we do it? We could do it in a couple weeks if we had nothing else to work on and we're only working on that. It also depends how complex. This was one location. We drove down there, it took 18 hours to get there, from the United States down. We flew into, Santiago and then Punta Arenas and then took a ferry and then drove for 4 hours and got a flat tire and, finally got there. So but we were in one spot. In Georgia, we crossed the country in 10 days. So it literally was like where in one day we pack up, go to the next spot, go to the next. So we're constantly moving. So it depends. If you're in one location, one island, you can really experience it. It's much easier. But if you're, so it depends. That's where the location part kicks in. As you can.
I just wanted to point out that it takes time to
Yeah.
make such a good film that
Yeah.
lasts only 2.5
Exactly.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You'd be amazed how much work goes into a 3-minute video. I mean, it's a lot.
I think it's important to tell that
Yeah.
story.
Yeah. So
Because
the more
you know,
time, the
people
better.
don't appreciate it. They see the film, 2.5 minutes, that's it. It's
Yeah.
easy to make.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So I think my takeaway, that's a really good question, is more time the better, I would say. Okay, so when looking at what stories to tell, tomorrow I'll be talking more on and have some statistics and some data. One of the big trends in tourism now that many of you are aware of is sustainability, how that is really has just over the last couple of years with COVID, this appreciation for nature, culture, the outdoors, community, tourism has really changed dramatically, and I'll have data to back that up. I think in the meantime, knowing your audience, where is demand coming from? And I would say your audience today, but also in the future. Tourism is changing because of COVID, or tourism has changed the last 2 years, but it's going to be changing. I'll give you one statistic that I don't have tomorrow, but the fastest growing sector in the United States population is non-white, non-Caucasian. Like that audience isn't traveling as much as a Caucasian, So the U.S. traveling market is going to change tremendously over the next 5-10 years as a totally different community, and it's correct to say is going to be traveling more. I mean, things are changing in the U.S. market, just as an example. So I think here, just thinking about what travelers want now, but also think about the future. And I mentioned some of these points. One of the biggest trends, like right now, I think one of the things, and been talking to people here about, is travel is changing in Europe. These short haul flights are now being stopped because you can take a train in the same amount of, those restrictions aren't happening in the U.S. But in the U.S., the big trend that's happening is diversity. Making sure, and you're seeing it on social media now, destinations getting slammed for making a video that shows basically a rich white family traveling to a destination. Well, where's the diversity? And so that diversity trend is really picking up very quickly in the United States. Very quickly. And that's changing the traveler expectations. And when people are seeing videos like never before, people are just calling it out. Great story, great video, sure. It's more promotion than a story, but it's just a bunch of white people, if I had to just say that as a white person. So diversity is really changing tourism in a wonderful way, and it's really part of the whole dialogue now in the United States, just to give you an example of how things are very quickly changing. Also, too, and again, I'll have more statistics tomorrow, but how are people traveling now? FIT, on their own, individual, small groups. They want to get out into they want to get out from the crowds. Not everyone. People want to still see the popular destinations, but dispersal is becoming more common. My wife and I, my wife's Irish, we went to Ireland a couple of years ago in November. No one goes to Ireland in November. It was rainy, it was cold, but we had the whole place to ourselves. We went to places that we'd be in a queue forever. Traffic, cars. We went on the Wild Atlantic Way, which is very well known in Ireland, the western coast, going along the coastline. We would have had a totally different experience if we had gone in peak summertime. So keep that in mind as people are traveling and what they're looking for and expectations, but remember how people are traveling too. And I'll talk about these, actually my next slide will get into these, but when people look at, each one of these has a whole conversation in these sectors. Nature, adventure, food, community, I talked earlier with Thailand, health and wellness, culture. So I'll throw up these are brand new statistics from Expedia. And I'll call out some of these points, but it's when you go point by point, and again, these are looking at trends as of right now in 2022 of what people are looking at. So basically, 50% of travelers will choose a less crowded destination due to over-tourism. Most of these numbers would not have existed 2 years ago, pre-COVID. This is showing how COVID and the pandemic has totally changed tourism. Again, statistically, it's not all the numbers, it's not actual, but it's showing trends, and that's what's most important. Adventure. So again, this could be soft adventure, could be hard adventure, but I think most of you know that soft adventure is really the most popular of adventure. 78% more interested in short trips. People just want a quick dose. And I'll have an example tomorrow from Maine, where I live, of people wanting to experience the coast, but they also want to get inland. They want their urban experience, food, dining, beer, but then they want to go into the mountains, go hiking, go walking. Food and agriculture, this is interesting here. Appreciation of family. Well, that connection between food and family. Typically, people don't go dine by themselves unless they're a food critic. Most people go with a group, go with family, go with friends on a trip. So just that appreciation of family. Community tourism here, you know, this is an interesting stat here. 98% are take into consideration the impact of COVID on local communities. That's just our whole awareness of most people have really seen the impact that a pandemic has had on communities. And I think what, in a wonderful way, people are seeing, hey, I can go to a rural community like I showed you in Thailand, and my dollars are going to go to that community. People didn't think of that as much 2 years ago, pre-COVID, and that's how tourism has really changed. That is a very high number, 98%, but it's more the awareness of community, and I think that's all of us have really seen the importance of community. Health and wellness, I mean, that's definitely increasing. I'll show you another example tomorrow, just on health and wellness in Thailand, in northern Thailand. And then cultural and indigenous, you know, just knowing that money's going to the right. I mean, indigenous tourism is really sort of booming along with community-based tourism. Again, this whole awareness and appreciation of community and the impact that tourism can have in a wonderful way in having dollars going to the local people. So just really interesting looking at stats. Again, they're stats. It's not necessarily 100% related to Croatia per se, but it's just interesting to see where trends are and pull out what it means. So this is a summary here for this afternoon on sort of what we went over. And I think the most important part, and hopefully this takeaway was helpful in listening to others and their story, but I think really understanding at the end, why are you creating content? Just why? What's the purpose? What are you trying to accomplish? That's, I said it earlier, it's so important. It's the foundation. Don't create it unless you really have a purpose. Don't clutter up social media unless you're really going to add value, I will say, because there's a lot of stuff out there. So that purpose is so important. Secondly, you have to look at, and I just mentioned, you know, your target customer now, but also in the future. Where is your business going? Is your business changing? Is your audience changing? I mentioned the U.S. market. The U.S. traveler market is going to change tremendously in the next five years. And you need to be prepared. You need to be aware. People are looking, I mean, even Maine. I'm in Maine, which is northeast corner of the U.S., and they're trying to push diversity. It's hard. It's a very white state. There's not a ton. And we did a whole story on the art scene, and it was hard finding non-white artists, you know, but we found, you know, it's just, sometimes it's hard to do that, but just to show that diversity that a lot of travelers are going to look for in the future, if not now. I think focus, you know, we talked about the brand earlier, your story, community. I just talked about the importance of community. I think you're seeing that. We're all aware of that, but just prioritize, focus, as they say, focus, 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 and just be true to your brand values and why you're doing the work you're doing. And then lastly, what is that ultimate call to action? What are you trying to accomplish with any kind of content you're putting out there, any kind of strategy work you're doing? There's no answer, you have to do this over something else, but just, you know, what engagement are you looking for ultimately with the content, with the stories that you're producing? And so on that note, I'll actually show you our last video from, we just talked about the importance of food, and this is just a simple story on a really cute couple in Portland, Maine, so about 30 minutes from my house. It's Japanese street food, which you don't see at all in Maine, so it's very unique food offering. The wife is Japanese, the husband is American, and just his journey, he's a very talented chef, and his journey in really learning her family traditions in Japanese food. And I love, they were in our, briefly in the Tourism Strong story that we did, and the chaos, they have two young boys that are like 4 and 6, and the chaos that surrounds them and what they're doing and is wonderful. But anyway, so we were there, did a whole campaign around Maine, and this was one of the stories, and what better than to end with a little bit of food before lunch. So enjoy.
I can't tell you how many people, how many Japanese people have been in here and said this tastes exactly like something I would get in Japan.
A beautiful thing about Portland is a lot of chefs that have the same mindset that I have. They find something and they obsess over it, and they're like, if I'm going to do this, we're going to do it to the maximum. We're going to make sure that this is an homage to, the country that's strong. Portland's great at working with you, and helping you grow. It's very friendly to small businesses and families that want to start things. In 2 years, went from a food truck to a restaurant.
But you're cooking skills with my Japanese background, and I was amazed at how perfectly you could make each dish taste just like something that I grew up eating.
Beauty of the working waterfront, the fish is right there. Whatever's coming in, it's coming right off the boats, right out of the water, right here. It is special, but that's the way it's supposed to be. That's how we feel. Like this is the way that food is supposed to be eaten and consumed and produced. We're taking it back to the way it used to be. People come here like we're all doing awesome stuff here. We want you to come to the city, and it's not like, hey, come to my restaurant. It's the best. It's like, hey, come to our city because it's the best. It's not like this everywhere, so it's cool.
From where I am. So come to Maine, have some great Japanese street food. So thank you again for joining us today. Hope this was helpful, both of these sessions. Tomorrow we'll have 2 other blocks. And in the meantime, love to connect. I put my cards on the table, and just let me know how I can help. I'm here tomorrow and excited just to make the most of being in Split. So just really happy to be here, and thank you again for coming. And bring others tomorrow. Tell people to come. Tomorrow's going to be awesome. More videos, more stories. And let's pack this room. But thank you again.
Thank you. Evo, kao što je Rob rekao, današnja priča, današnja storytelling je završila, ali nastavak očekujemo sutra i koliko znam, vidjet ćemo vas u većem broju i u današnjem sastavu, većina vas dolazi sutra, veselimo se vašem dolasku i naravno nadamo se da će svi oni koji su se prijavili za sutra također nam se pridružiti, da će nas biti u većem broju. Raspored je isti, registracija u 9:30 i u 10 počinjemo, sa istim rasporedom krećemo, temu već znate i nadam se da ćemo se družiti i čuti neke nove priče i sa vaše strane i veselim se skoro sutra. Evo, još samo par sati i želim vam ugodan dan. Hvala.
And I will also add, just as a side note, because I've spoken to some of you, part of the purpose of me being here, at least personally, and Nada's been great in working with her. We've been speaking for a couple years in trying to, obviously we had a pandemic, but I will say, really just excited to help this region, help Split, help this beautiful area that you guys all live and work in. And just, I love doing even though I know it's sometimes uncomfortable writing things and talking in front of a group, but going through and hearing the nature, the culture, the history, the heritage. There's some wonderful stories here, and I see sometimes my job as, let us know how we can help, how we can help tell these important stories, these important experiences that are like no other. This is a I can already see just in my 3 days being here, being up in Zagreb and coming down, that there's a lot. And so however I can help, please let me know. Here to make the most of it and just help the industry move forward. So thank you and see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. Do you need any help with you arrange your
Yeah, no, I'm okay.